Everyone, we will officially call this Manvel City Council meeting to order, beginning with our workshop here at 5 p.m. We have one item on the agenda for the workshop, and then we can discuss any topic that's listed on the regular agenda. So we're going to begin with discussion on the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget. I believe Dan and Rosie have some information to present to us. When they're done with their presentation, what we'll do is we'll start from right to left this time. So Councilman Rossi Knox, we'll begin with you, then we'll work our way to the left there. So Dan, Rosie, what do you guys have for us?
Sure, Mayor. So we'll start off, as far as the budget document itself, we haven't changed that just yet because we're waiting on sort of the big decisions, from council as far as the tax rate. And then, so we presented you with some ideas last time on what you could potentially do with 56, 57, and 58. This week, what we heard council say was, what about the idea of possibly transferring some funds out of fund balance? So you've got three documents in front of you tonight. The first one looks like this. It's just sort of in gray and white, I guess, black and white. And really, that's just a regurgitation of what we talked about before. We've been using in the $300,000 example, and what the increase would look like if you went up to a 57 cents tax rate or a 58 cent tax rate. So basically about $5 more a month. If you noticed in the actual agenda that's posted on the cover sheet, Tammy and Rosie worked to get the actual numbers, which is a median value homestead in Manvel is at $359,719. If y'all noticed that. So anyway, we went ahead and included the $359 value as well. So it's more like $6 a month instead of $5 a month. So anyway, that's just an update on what we've talked about before. The next one is sort of the big one here, the supplemental items. So I think what we heard at the last meeting was, what would it look like if we transferred, say, $2 million or say $3 million, so out of fund balance. So we looked at both of those scenarios. I'm gonna go across this table if that's okay, Mayor. I want to go right to left. So I'm going to start in the blue column. Those are the four projects the four things that we think are eligible to be used out of the $10 million roads and drainage stuff. If you remember, that has to be construction projects. They can ultimately be used for maintenance too, but they can't be maintenance only projects. So or components, excuse me. So that takes care of four items out of the supplemental items. If you remember in the draft budget, there were actually 40 supplemental items. We've pared that down to 35. We've combined a couple, and then like the grapple truck. I think we just, I think we're okay with that right now. We just kind of went and took one more pass through, so we're down to 35 total items now. The second column is the utility funds. So those are already included in the draft budget right now, coming out of the utility fund. Those were the things, part of the things that were within the calculations that you've already seen. Then the third column from the right, that's what it could look like if you wanted to transfer out an even $3 million. So basically, either the $2 million or the $3 million fund balance transfer option would get you all of the other supplemental items that had been identified by the department directors. The only two things that are kind of different would be item number 23. If you decided to go with a $3 million, for instance, you could fund the TMRS updated service credit. And then the item number 24 is the parks for Heritage Park. We don't have a final number on what that park is going to cost. That's behind City Hall. We don't have the number yet, but it's probably going to be in the $800,000 range. So with a $3 million fund balance transfer, you're almost there. You're almost paying for that park. With the $2 million option, it's the 414 is not a magic number. That's just whatever it took to get to an even $2 million. So with either one of those, you wouldn't necessarily have to transfer it right now. We can, and that way we can go ahead and get that line item squared away in this year's budget. It would probably be helpful just so that we have something to start shooting for. But anyway, it's potentially good news. If you wanted to literally be able to fund virtually all of the supplemental items that were identified throughout the budget presentations, you could. It would take moving money one time out of fund balance to cover those things. So if you're covering those things out of a fund balance transfer, then that could free up other monies, which is what this last page is here. And so staff, the directors, we got together last Tuesday and then again today, Tuesday, to really try and prioritize what we think would be the top salaried positions that we could add. We need to stay under the $1 million threshold because we think we'll have about $800,000 left over from this year's budget. We're still about that number, which is, I guess Councilman Bonner and I were just talking about that. I mean, that's when you think of basically a $15 million budget and we're coming in within $800,000 to the good. I mean, that's about 95% on track. So that's good. It's not 800,000 over, so that's good. And again, 800,000. It's crazy to think that that's 5% of 15 million, but it's pretty accurate, I would say. Rosie, really good job on that. So with that 800,000, and then I guess the 200,000 that you could kind of think of, kind of get freed up if we're not. There's no need to move money from into the vehicle replacement fund if we're actually buying the vehicles outright out of fund balance. So anyway, we need to stay underneath that $1 million. If we did that, we could actually fund 12 positions. The forensic technician, the records clerk, go ahead and the full complement of all 4 jail staff and the jail supervisor. So that's 7 people in public safety, 2 maintenance techs and a foreman in public works, and then both the engineer and a GIS tech position in development services. So that's a lot to just kind of rapid fire at you, but hopefully the idea was to try and get you what you were asking for last time. I think it was Councilman Bonner specifically, but David Lands also. I think Mayor Pro Tem also asked kind of the idea of what would it look like to transfer money, out of fund balance. The next logical question would be, so what would this leave us? If we transfer $2 million out of fund balance or $3 million, either way, if we transfer anything out, we're not going to be at that 50% threshold, obviously. We're not going to be at the 50% threshold unless we move money into fund balance. So even, if this year we're at a $15 million budget, Rosie, so $7.5 million is your 50%. If next year we're going to a $17+ million budget, we're going to have to be up about another $1 million. So we'd essentially have to transfer all of that $800,000 left over from this year into next year's budget to get close to that 50%, which would afford you no more people or supplementals, which is where we started, a month ago. So on the $2 million, Rosie, do you have those numbers? What would we have roughly left about in fund balance if we transferred $2 million out? Would it be about
Six and a half.
About $6.5 million still left over, and then if we transferred out $3 million, it'd be about obviously five and a half then. And that was something that one of the council members mentioned too. As long as we had at least $5 million, that was sort of another threshold. We're in September. I don't know if I want to say where we're at in the hurricane season, but because anything could happen. But we're towards the end of hurricane season, but we don't know, of course. So we ended up spending quite a bit of money on Barrel. We were reimbursed most of that, so that was good. But let me stop talking for a minute so y'all can go through and ask questions.
Thank you so much, Dan.
Sure.
We'll start with Councilman Rossi Knox, and then I'll go next, and we'll give Councilwoman Roby Robinson some time to catch up here. So, Councilman.
Thank you for that. So I'm pretty sure I just heard you correctly. If we pull the $2 million out, we'll have $5 million? Or sorry, that's wrong. 6. So what if we do the full 3? That'll just put us at the 5 threshold.
About 5.5.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, this is great, guys. I feel like we should have some fireworks. This is something that I know we'd all talked about this several meetings, and I'm new to this, but it was intense trying to get through this and give everyone a little bit of what they want. And I feel like this is an excellent solution. This gets us our jail positions. We don't have to take any officers off the street. Gets everyone a little bit of something. So I'm happy. I'm good.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Would concur with Councilman Rossi Knox's statements. Thank you, Dan and Rosie. A week ago, we came up with this ask, and You guys with the department heads analyzed this and came forward with these numbers. The first question that I would have is regarding our financial policy then, because right now our policy reads that we have to keep 50% in the fund balance. We can't violate our own policy. So what do we do about that, knowing that most government entities, their policy is to keep 3 months of operating funds. Our 50% is 6 months. Knowing, of course, you want to keep as much within your fund balance as possible because you have to be prepared for any disaster that might come or back-to-back disasters. Does the policy give us flexibility to say for a time being we're going to be under 50%? Can you guys speak to that?
Yeah, let's take a look real quick. I mean, the easy answer is, if you wanted to change I guess that's the decision point, is would you want to change your policy, or is this just sort of a, suspend it? Is this, kind of a desperate times call for desperate measures? Because I think it's still a good policy, but at some point, we're going to have a $50 million budget. Is it really practical to keep $25 million in savings? Maybe. I mean, is it more of a stair step? So that might be something to look at in the off season, so to speak, of what do we want to strive for?
Yeah, I'd be willing to take the action to suspend it for the time being in order to not raise taxes, and then take a look at it, because just establishing it as a firm percentage I don't think necessarily represents the needs of the city. Looking at tying it to a certain dollar amount that is increased based off of inflation plus population, which is how the state budget does it, might be more practical for me. I like all of these numbers. Chief, I have a question for you, and leaning on your expertise here, focusing on the jail staff and jail supervisor. I know we're not, in this proposal, it's not adding any patrol officers. And all of us will be asked the question, why are you adding 5 people to your jail staff, but no patrol officers when we have people speeding through stop signs or speeding down streets? Can you speak to why the recommendation is from the police department to hire the 5 jail staff instead of doing maybe a split, some patrol officers and some jail staff?
Well, if you hire the jail staff, it's actually going to keep officers out on the street. Just plain and simple. When you arrest somebody, it takes them off the street. If you have to take them to the county jail, or you have to do something, take them a DWI arrest, and you have to take them to the hospital or something like that, DWI investigation, it takes officers off the street. You put personnel in that position, then they can go back out on the street quicker and start fulfilling their duties. It's the same thing we've been looking at with our forensic technician, evidence technician. It's the same thing there to allow our investigators to start doing the jobs they need to be doing instead of multiple tasks. So we put it out to the officers. Captain Day reached out to everybody. They spoke about it, and they feel that right now we can make do with what we have with the officers we have, as long as we have the jail staff. That would allow them to perform their duties out on the street and have the jail staff where they need to be.
Appreciate that, Chief. And my understanding right now is we don't jail anybody. We transport them down to the county's jail.
Correct.
How long would you say that process takes? Because right now, that's taking officers off the street to drive down there, book them, drive back. That's gas, wear and tear on the vehicles, I'm assuming.
To transport down, you're looking at a minimum of hour and a half maybe to get someone down, process them in. There are several things that could happen in the meantime. If they go down there to the jail and then all of a sudden they decide they get sick, jail won't accept them. So the officer then has to carry them to the hospital. They have to be cleared at the hospital and brought back. That could be a 4-hour round trip at that point in time. A DWI investigation, it's the same thing. You take somebody down there, they have to be medically fit to go in. If the jail staff doesn't see that, then you have to go get them medically cleared. So when we house them in our facility, then the paddy wagon will come pick them up the next morning. It takes out a minimum of an hour and a half round trip to get the officers down there and get them back.
I appreciate that. And that's, I think, a good emphasis to make, is that right now that takes officers off the street.
Correct.
When we talk about, maybe having anywhere from 6 to potentially 9 on duty for a shift, that if we have 1 or 2 people that we've arrested that are being taken down to Angleton, south of Angleton area, then that's a lot of time of our officers not being here in the city doing what we want them to do. So I appreciate that clarification, Chief. Anything else you would like to add to that, or that summarizes it?
That pretty much covers it.
All right, thank you, sir. So looking at this, knowing that this gives a 3% COLA, it gets all of the one-time supplementals, it has 12 staff, it gives a little bit of love everywhere. It gets the folding machine for Rosie and her team, and the asset management module, even though that's not necessarily a staff that's being added to you. I know I've had conversations with the city manager about possibly talking with GrantWorks to bring in a third-party contractor to help us secure grants, have their salary paid out of the grants we secured. I know that would help you as well, Rosie. So I think, Dan, you and the team have done a really good job spreading the love around, making sure that everybody gets some things here and being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. So when I look at these two, whether it's the $2 million or $3 million, knowing that we're still in hurricane season, I tend to lean towards the $2 million fund balance transfer for right now. And then very open to the $3 million. I would say we look to do a mid-year adjustment for that, maybe around December, just to make sure we're on the other side. Hurricane Beryl hit us for about $1 million. So, which, I know that I've made my comments about the updated service credit, but council, I would be in support of it based off of this proposal. If we're able to hold on doing that until, November to December, if that would work, I'd rather just make sure we're safe than sorry. But I love this. Dan, Rosie, great job. Either way we go, whether it's a $2 million or $3 million, I would be in support of that. So thank you, everyone. Councilman Opliger.
Thank you, Mayor. So, $3 million out of the fund balance, Rosie. How long did it take to get $3 million? How long would it take to replace that, if it ever would be replaceable?
About 4 years.
4 years. Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Manvel, right? Our people of Manvel, the staff, you guys have done a great job over the years of capital stewardship. Manvel has gone from no money. Mayor Martin would recognize, understand it, no money, to where we're financially stable. Right? We've done a really good job, and that took a lot of hard work. And I'm just really concerned well, this is great. The thought of taking $3 million to get things done to show is somewhat concerning to me. I think that's a risk. I don't know. It's just very scary when you start tapping into that, because and especially, I guess, whether it's governed by policy or ordinance, but it sure looks great that we can get a lot of things done. The city would look great, because I was just telling Manager Dan, you go with 56 cents, the old Rocky and Bullwinkle type thing, pull a rabbit out of the hat. That's what we would leave the city to do. And that's difficult. We did it last year. They managed to live through the year. Even at the 58 cents a Starbucks, once was a Starbucks, $6. That's I'll give up my weekly trip to Baskin Robbins. I don't know. Manvel, we everywhere else in the country has been going through inflation, increasing inflation the last couple of years, inflation, and yet Manvel, we're trying to build a dome of the cost doesn't go up. It's very difficult. I don't know. I would say, though, with the need of employees, as it increases, we have to start thinking about possibly, like what I think David or the mayor said this, a study, an audit, a review. I think, some of these sourcing type thing, a study, because as our staffing level grows, you might end up with a bunch of people, 10, 15-year employees mowing grass, and then that gets very expensive. Something's probably going to have to start looking at as we grow. The sourcing of something's going to have to be contracted out just to eliminate the benefits. I'm sorry, that's a tough pill to swallow for some folks, but that's just business. Right? At the end of the day, it's hard to justify. Somebody has 3 weeks vacation and their skill set is mowing grass. But I don't know, I'm really struggling with, it looks great, it really does. Especially on the public safety side, that's where I'm at. So I don't know, it's a very difficult decision to say, let's pull money out of the savings account to do this, and then, or say 58 cents and everybody give up the latte for, once a month, for things. It's just a very difficult decision. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem Lance?
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, if you can turn it
I'll
on.
try not to say anything.
David, if you can turn yours on.
It won't go?
Mine will go on.
All right, we're stuck.
All right, we can use the microphone for now.
It was on.
Hello?
There it goes.
Mine's testing, testing. Yeah, now yours is on, David. Try it now.
Oh, now, come on. Okay, here we go. So I appreciate this little sheet, Dan. I wish we had a column over here of the tax advantages, at the end of, so we can kind of just remember exactly what the benefit would be going to 58, tax-wise, but I appreciate that. And Mayor, you stole my comment on the jail. I had the exact same concerns about a full staff for the jail versus
Or put police officers in the jail, you defeat the purpose of having police officers out on the streets. You have somebody in custody in jail, somebody has to come in and check on that individual at least an hour, 30 minutes to an hour.
But I'm just thinking about the times that there's not somebody we're not going to have somebody in the jail 24/7.
If there's not anybody in the jail, there's ancillary duties they can be doing.
Okay,
Okay, I'm on now.
I'm on two. All right, here we go.
It wasn't meant to be like.
So, okay, so man, that's a tough one because I want to see more patrol
Well,
officers.
let me just say this. You put more patrol officers on the street, patrol officers create more work. You're going to have more support staff. We don't have support staff. That's what we're trying to put in our facility, our support staff.
Gotcha.
You put more people out on the street, more people are going to come into custody. They're going to write more tickets. You're going to need more court personnel. You're going to need more people to do the record side of it. The more people you have on the streets, more work they're doing, you're creating that work that we don't have the support staff for. That was the whole point of adding the personnel that I added when I did my presentation, is to support patrol.
Okay.
So, we can add them, but then again, that's defeating the purpose of having people in the support positions.
I understand. And ticket writing, that's another conversation for another day because we need a lot of that, a lot of ticket writing. I'm sorry, citizens, but we do. The only other thing on the staffing request that I kind of on the fence about, have a difficulty with is our engineer versus the possibility of a grant coordinator. I think a grant coordinator is, hopefully that's going to be an income producing position for the city. And that's just, for this particular year, that's just kind of I'm on the fence about those two. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, if I could just for a moment, so good, I guess, clarification on the grant coordinator versus a grant writer, right? That's what, so Rosie kind of schooled us on this a little bit the other day. When we have a bunch of grants that need coordinating, that's when that grant coordinator position will really be helpful. When, especially like there are some grants that just require literally monthly, some are weekly reports. So when we have to do that's where that one will really help out. Well, I think what we're going to do on the grant writing side is we're going to partner with, there are grant writing companies that work the administrative cost of preparing the grant into the grant award. So it's kind of like the lawyers, hey, you don't pay us unless we win kind of thing. So I think we have a workaround on the grant writing. But the grant coordinating, and we talked a lot about with Rosie, because right now that's falling on her. So she was willing for right now at this snapshot in time, we're okay to postpone that one. For the GIS for coordinator, really it was the one that kind of fleshed up to the next top, because we have one human being that's doing all of our GIS work. And if you spend any time at all on our GIS, I mean, there's a lot to it. When we first started years ago, we had a third-party firm that did our GIS for us, and it had pros and cons, but having someone internal is priceless when it comes to GIS stuff. So we don't want to lose that, and we need to always be sort of back training, I guess. Joe's or Rosie, you want to fill in anything else that I might have missed there? Or is that good? Okay.
Rosie, Rosie, going back to Harry's concerns, what do you think historically our biggest withdrawal from our general fund was for? Was that Beryl? Do you think that Beryl was the biggest, or is there something in the past that you can recall that, it was and we really had to pull money out?
Beryl was minor compared to other hurricanes. It probably was when the flooding, what year was that? Harvey? Yeah, that's probably the biggest one we've had.
Harvey? Mm-hmm. Harvey was bigger than Beryl?
Oh, yes.
How much was that withdrawal? Do you remember? Okay, all right. And the mayor, I do like your review of maybe looking at a midterm, another $1 million. Wait till we get past mid-year. Wait till we get past the hurricane season to look at that additional $1 million in spending from the 2 to the 3. I'm for using some of this general fund to take care of these items and keeping the tax rate where it is. I'm still on the fence about the USC, the funds, the personnel funds. I think we just need a lot more discussion on that. I'm not sure exactly what that would look at over the course of, many years financially for the city. But that's about it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Bonner, let's see if that mic there works for you.
Okay, Rosie, a couple of questions that's kind of come to my mind since we've been talking about this taking 4 years to make $3 million. So during Harvey, was there any FEMA refund like we had during Beryl?
Yes, I just don't know the amount.
Okay. Just trying to compare apples to apples. So to generate the money that goes in to make up the 50%, that's coming from all our revenue streams that we have versus what our costs are, correct?
That is correct.
So over the last 4 years, how much have we budgeted for sales tax? Just a general. Like right now, we're saying $2 million for this coming year.
For sales tax, we went from 2.2 million in 23-24, 2.29 million in 24-25, and this year we're jumping to the 4.5.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. We're not really given an accurate I don't feel for it. I don't think it's going to take us 4 years to make up that amount of money like you said it did, because we are increasing sales tax now, and we're starting to see that. And that's why, that was one of my major deals about why we should be able to reduce the fund, is I don't think it'll take us as long, just because of that. Lowe's isn't going to be the last thing that comes in. I think you're going to start seeing those numbers multiply now that we're starting to get some more things and more things for people to come here, more rooftops to support that sales tax. We're already starting to see that on the amount of people that are coming to development to talk to us. So I think saying it's going to take us 4 years, I think that's I understand it took us 4 years before, but I don't think it would take us 4 years this time. So that's just one thought there. I can kind of agree on the December look at this that would cover, and I'm understanding that would cover just the TMRS supplement, and then the difference in the parks, the Heritage Park money. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir. That was, again, that's not a magic number. That was just the number that it would take to get us up to the 3 million.
We're not even going to know that by December, probably. If they don't start till November.
We should have a good number, an actual number by then. Yes, sir.
Okay. So while I would love to just go ahead with the 3, has anybody figured out what 2 million was at not taking any, we're at pretty close to the 50%, correct? We'd have to put the 800,000 in, but we were close. What's it going to be at 2 million? I know we heard the number 6 million and 5 million, but
6.5 million approximately, depending on how we do at the end of this year.
But what is that? Is that 90 days?
That's about 4 months, 4.5 months.
Okay, so we're still over the 90 days. We're
Yes.
not taking what we originally said was, let's go to 90 days. This is taking it to 120 days.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So with both the 2 million, and the 3 million, we can do all of the supplementals and all of the 12 positions. Am I getting that right?
There it is. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions.
Thank you,
Thank you all for coming up with the numbers that we asked for. I know that's a lot of hard work, a lot of extra work, but I think it gave us a better understanding this year, trying to do budget and if you think about where we started the first time we heard budget, a month ago? We figured out a way to do everything without raising taxes. And I understand that there's some faction that wants to raise taxes, but I just can't see doing that when we can find the monies to do it. Do we have to be careful? Yes. Do we have to be good stewards? Always, and we always have been, especially our staff. I think y'all have done a wonderful job managing what we approve up here. But I just to say we want more and more from our citizens when we can do it with less, I think that's what the people that live here in Manvel want.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Roby Robinson, over to you now.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure I was following. So the solution was to take 3 million out of the fund, and then the yellow is if we use 2 million of it, the red is for if we use 3 million. And then what is the gray and the blue? Does that come from the money too?
Sure. So altogether, these are all the supplemental items that were identified during the budget presentations from the different department heads. And the third column, if you will, the one that's gray, or it's supposed to be green, but it says FY 2026 Utility Fund. Mm-hmm. Those, what is that, 25 through 31, those that total 489,000, those are included in the utility fund portion of the budget right now for next year.
Okay.
So they're being funded through the utility fund because those are all utility projects. And then that last column, the one that's should be kind of a bluish color, says 2023 bond. Those are the ones that we identified to use out of the, as we call it, the 10 million. It was a certificate of obligation in 2023. So those are all road-related project expenses.
Okay, so then if we were to do the 2 million on this page here that has like the number of personnel, do we need all, I'm just wondering, do we need the 2 million to get all of these, all 12? Because I see the two colors, but I was trying to.
Oh, I see. You're talking about on the other sheet, the staffing requests?
Yeah,
The colors from one sheet to the next don't necessarily correlate. It was just to identify, just kind of have them stand out. So on the staffing request sheet, the blue stuff is all public safety related. The light yellow is public works related. And then again, it's supposed to be a green, but it was, the green stuff is development services related. So the third column where it shows a quantity and all the way at the bottom it shows 40. So those were all the positions that were identified during the budget presentations.
Mm-hmm.
There were 40 positions identified, a little bit over $3 million that it would take annually to pay for those 40 positions. We can't afford 40 positions. What we think we can afford is 12 positions, and we can do those 12 positions with either the $2 million or the $3 million fund balance transfer option. Just to qualify, the fund balance transfer would not be happening for staffing, it would be happening for those projects. But because it would be transferring for those projects, that frees up money that could be used for the staffing.
okay. Okay, but it can be done with the lesser amount,
Yes, ma'am.
the 2 million.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I had a question about, so I know prior to us having the jail, if anyone ever got arrested, you guys would have to drive them down to county. But now that we have a jail, what happens when like one of the neighboring cities that doesn't have a jail, what happens if they arrest someone? Does it come to us or does it go to the county?
No, they go to the county.
Oh,
The only way they would come to us if we went into an interlocal agreement, and then there would be a cost to that. Because right now, we actually have an agreement with the city of Alvin. If we needed to house an individual who, say, turned themselves in on a warrant to sit the fine out,
Mm-hmm.
then the municipal court, because it is now in the municipal court hands, they have to actually pay the city of Alvin to house that individual a certain amount.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we do not have, the only persons that we would probably house would be DPS. Any other entity, we would not house them unless we had an interlocal agreement and some type of contract with them.
Okay. That was my question. I was just wondering, do we get reimbursed for it if we do? But for the record, I would have been okay with raising the taxes to 57 just because when I saw the numbers, my main priority is I didn't want to take 2 officers off the street in order to add the jailers there, because I do understand we just rolled out a brand new jail and you need, personnel. But it seems like you guys came up with an option to do that with the 2 million. I definitely wouldn't do the 3 million if you say it takes 4 years. That just seems kind of risky, and then we might end up having to raise taxes anyways if you do that. So that's all my questions.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman. There's been a lot of wisdom shared. We want to, of course, to Councilman Oplager's point, be careful of what we do with the fund balance and analyzing that. To echo some of the other comments, thank you, staff, for your work on this. We want to be strategic. At the same time, we want to make sure that we give our departments the tools that they need to take care of the community and serve the community, Dan, as you said in the past, to the standard that the community should come to expect from their government. And so there's a lot of good thoughts, good ideas, good wisdom that's been shared. One question that I have, Rosie, and I thought of this as the councilwoman was talking. For our fund balance right now, I'm assuming that we have that invested and we're earning interest on it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we draw that down by, let's say, 2 million, we're probably going to need to adjust our projected interest earnings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How much are we going to have to adjust that down? Have you projected that out?
No, I haven't. But I know we projected it very low, at 270,000 for next year. And this year, at the end of July, we were at 224,000. So yeah, about 100,000 maybe.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Dan, is there, before we move on to other items in the agenda, which we have time to do that, are there any questions that you may have for council or clarification that staff needs as we move forward?
Well, I think unless I'm missing something, it seems like we have a path forward, possibly, which is really what Rosie needs, because we're down to the wire now. We're basically a little less than 2 weeks from today, when we hit the September 15th, that we really want to have your full budget document ready for you. And so we've had sort of the moving target of, are we adding people? Are we adding stuff? Are we not doing anything? So if we've got the general thumbs up, then Rosie, do you feel confident with what we've heard tonight to
Yes, sir.
move forward with our budget?
Yes, sir.
Great. So that's a huge help. I mean, that's what we needed, of course, because it's a big difference. 56, 57, 58. Mayor Pro Tem was asking if there was one other column over there, just as a refresher, it's a little less than $200,000 for each penny. If you went up to 58 cents, for instance, that's about $400,000. So that it doesn't pay for all of this stuff by any means. So if we were talking about 10 pennies or something, then that would be probably a bigger discussion. But I think we've got what we need. The directors, when we sort of rolled this idea out after y'all came up with it at the last meeting, we rolled it out last Tuesday, and there was some big relief especially on public safety, to be able to, for goodness sakes, get people to help out with this new facility that we just created. And I appreciate Chief's approach. Like you mentioned, it's not just the officers out on the street; it's all the support staff, and we see that. I sort of imagine this growing glacier, I guess, and it's top to bottom. It really is. So we have to backfill in the support every time we add sort of the tip of the spear people too. So
Perfect. Well,
Thank you,
thank you, Dan. Rosie, department heads, all staff that may be listening, thank you for your hard work on this budget. We look forward to reviewing the final proposal, and we would be looking towards an adoption on our next meeting, which is the 16th, correct? It's the 15th? 15th. Oh, we're Tuesday. That's why. I was counting 14 days ahead, so it tricked me there. Tricked me there. All right. Well, council, let's run through a few agenda items.
Can we recap?
Oh.
So
Absolutely.
we're going to stick at 56, and we're going to, separately, we're going to do the 2 million.
Separately,
general fund.
we'll do the $2 billion out of the fund balance. We'll then look at and take an analytical approach to our financial policy as to what's appropriate to keep in the fund balance. And then we would then look to consider an additional $1 million transfer come November to December as we see how hurricane season ends. At that point, hopefully Lowe's is very close to opening, and possibly some of these other projects that are in the preliminary phase are more concrete, and we can project out for that too. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Agenda item number 1, council. This is regarding the Del Bello Lakes expansion. And I believe Dan and Joe's that this is an item that they have asked to just fully withdraw it from the agenda, so we would take no action on that tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do we know why they asked to withdraw?
I'm not sure about the details, but we've asked that question, and hopefully, when we get to know, we'll pass on that information to you.
Okay. Thank you, Joe's. Comments or questions about that, council? We postponed it at our last meeting at their request, and now they've asked to withdraw it. Yeah. Withdraw. We don't know why yet, but as soon as Joe's and the team know, they'll let us know there. Okay, council, we'll hold on 2 and 3 for right now. Agenda item number 4, which is scheduling the adoption date. Tammy, you would just be looking for us to make a motion to actually lock in that date for the 15th. Is that correct? Okay, perfect. Agenda item number 5, this was kind of the thumbs up, thumbs down at the last council meeting. This is in regards to approving Mr. Alam's appointment to fill the Building and Standards Board vacancy. Tammy, do we know if Mr. Alam is going to be here tonight? Are you already here? No. He will be here, okay. So council, we'll look to maybe move that up in the agenda a little bit so we can get Mr. Alam on his way. Consideration possible action, this is agenda item number 6. This is for the Board of Directors for the CAD, the County Appraisal District, which is not through Brazoria County, through the state, as an important clarification there. Tammy, Dan, can you speak to us about this agenda item? This is agenda item number 6.
So on this one, and in your packets, there's 2 positions that are up for reappointment if they're reappointed. And I've listed those on the actual document. And then if you don't want to reappoint them, you want to nominate new people, you can do that as well. It's also, it'd be 2 people. So the total is 2, whether you do the same 2 that are currently on the board or 2 new people. Now, I called the appraisal district to get information about this board, and there's very little to be had. So they cannot be a city employee, they cannot be a county employee, and they cannot be a school district employee. That, I know.
They can't be related to a city employee.
He did not say that.
I found that out.
However, I tended to have to ask all the questions, and that's a question I didn't ask. Other than that, that's pretty much the
gist.
requirements that I got, yes.
Right. So council, the 2 people that are current members are Gail Robinson and Susan Poor. We'll kind of open it up to see if you guys would be fine with reappointing them. We don't have their bios or anything from the district. Or would you guys want to potentially put forward 2 new nominees and candidates? Now, we'll have to, at a later date, Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll have to actually cast our vote, which every city and entity has a weighted vote. And, we don't have to vote for Gail and Susan if other people are nominated, but this is just if we want to put anyone up as the city of Manvel. We'll go with Councilwoman first.
So these 2 roles, these are the positions that every year when we get our appraisal of how much our home is worth, et cetera, and then how much it's going to go up, they do that. So the people that are currently there are the ones that did it last year and the year before. Okay, yeah, I think we should leave it open for, just to see.
You're looking, you would want to see some new people on there?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone, Councilwoman, that you would like to put forward as a nominee?
No, but,
You want new blood?
yeah.
Council, what do you guys, Tammy, go ahead, and then we'll go to the Councilman Bonner.
So the resolution, if you want to put a name forward, you definitely have to submit that name this evening. And then on the votes, when those come, we get a certain number of votes. So I think it's 23 votes, something like that the city gets. And you can combine your votes when that time comes with bigger entities if you want to pull them with someone that gets a large number of votes. If you leave it open, you definitely have that right. But I would think you would want to put a name forward. Otherwise, it's just pretty much the same as giving it to those individuals.
Has it been posted, anywhere? I'm just wondering, is it?
No, we don't even get bios from the appraisal board group. No.
So we know nothing, it's okay. So we never posted it anywhere.
not
But
us
if we
to
wanted to
post.
nominate someone, we would have to come up with a name today.
Correct. So it's not up to the city necessarily to post or to advertise for. In that sense, we literally just got this in the mail a week before the meeting. So it's not like we get advance notice of what it is. either. Each city got the same exact information, and I guess maybe they think that you guys have it on the back burner of your brain. It really, the whole system makes no sense.
Do we know how long they've been in the current position?
Multiple years, that's for sure.
Well, can we fight it? Because, I mean, we can't wait a couple of days.
Well, let's see, the time frame to
Yeah.
get it submitted,
Run a Facebook ad, I don't know, but put it out there. Because it doesn't really seem that fair. I mean,
so you guys actually could postpone it. We have until October the 15th to get the names submitted, so we could put this on your next agenda if you want to do that, and you guys can pull your neighbors or friends to see if there's anyone that wants to.
are there any qualifications? I'm just, so I can make sure to get,
They cannot be a city employee.
no, I know those things, but anything else like do they need to be appraisers already?
Resident of the county.
Oh, really?
Citizen of the county, right?
So let's go Councilman Bonner, and then I think the general census might be to postpone this till the next meeting. And then Tammy, if you can send out an email to us, and let's see, council, if we can bring forward a name or two at our next meeting. But Councilman Bonner,
Well, what
can you
all
unmute, Councilman?
the discussion you just heard and the questions you just asked are the problem. Because nothing is going to change. When you said, can these two people change it, two new people? No. The whole problem lies with most of the decisions are going to be made by the chief appraiser. He's been there a long time. The biggest problem is nobody wants to tell you how we can change the appraisal district. The legislation is probably the only place it's ever going to change. And until we figure out how to mount that fight, two people aren't going to change the appraisal board in Brazoria County right now. If we don't vote for somebody, these two people that have been on there, I think 7 or 8 years, maybe even more, they're going to get elected anyway by the people that are electing them. Because it's not me and you that elect those people, it's the board that elects them.
So we just nominate.
I think to postpone it, we're wasting our time as a city council that we could be doing more city stuff, because we are not going to change the appraisal district as a city council. We're just not going to do it. We can push for it, and we can try and get people to understand the problem and get them to push at the legislative level, but at our level right here, I don't think we can show our dissatisfaction with it. I mean, I'll be the first one to sign up for that. But we're just, I've asked and asked and asked for the last 5, 6, 7 years, and spoke to people that are on the board. And some of their hands are tied too, because everybody that's on that board, if you can ever get somebody that'll truly tell you how that board acts, it's not everybody that's on that board it's more committee driven within the board. Okay, so I don't know the answer. I've asked those same questions you've asked multiple times, and Tammy can tell you from her asking questions, you get the same thing. You get kind of an answer that leads you to another question. There's never a true answer for anything. So I think we're basically wasting our time when we could be doing bigger and better things here in Manvel.
Thank you, Councilman. Council, this is a time check, 6 minutes till the regular meeting starts. We can discuss this further when we get to the agenda item. Do you guys want to take a 5-minute recess and reconvene, or are there any other comments or questions about this agenda item, which we will circle back to? All right, I'll take that as we will wrap up this workshop here at 5:54 p.m., and then council will reconvene in 6 minutes at 6 p.m. Thank you. Evening, everyone. We will officially call this meeting to order. We do have 7 of 7 members present. I first wanted to take a moment of privilege here, council, and give a shout out to Tammy, Alyssa, to city staff, Rosie. This is our first council meeting agenda under the new state law. Previously, it was you needed to post the agenda 72 hours in advance. Now, under the new state law, you need to post it 3 business days in advance. And so this had to be posted on Tuesday instead of Friday, as well as, because it has to do with the budget, include budget information on the agenda, additional information publicly available according to the law. You guys did a phenomenal job with that, so thank you. We will kind of move some things around once we get to the regular agenda, council, to accommodate people that are here. But Tammy, Alyssa, Rosie, and the entire team, great job getting all of this prepared. We appreciate you. We're going to start off with the invocation, and we have Miss Laura Moorhead here tonight to lead us in the invocation. Laura, thank you for being here.
Well, I'm Laura Moorhead, and I'm with the Mountain on Masters Road. Many of y'all know the Mountain, and I'm privileged to pray with you guys, and this was a surprise. I'm actually here for a proclamation, but anytime anybody asks me to pray, it's a privilege because I love Jesus and people, and that's what that's about. So if y'all want to bow your heads, if you don't, it's up to y'all. God, we just love you so much, and I just thank you for the privilege and honor to be here, Lord. I just thank you for the city of Manvel, Lord. I thank you for this leadership, Lord, that the people have chosen, God. I just pray over all of the decisions made tonight, Lord, and I just pray that you bless each and every person here, Lord, for giving their time, their effort, Lord. These positions aren't easy, Lord, and I just pray that you be with all of their families and watch over them, Lord, and I just thank you so much for being here. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Laura. Next, we have the inspirational reading from our Mayor Pro Tem, David Lands. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, as we go through the challenge again with the budget this year, I hope it's evident that we do care and heavy concern for our citizens and for the burdens that they feel with the budget, and it's a responsibility for all of us to do what we can for the city. And I thank y'all for putting us here, for voting for us to try to be the good stewards and do the right things for the citizens of Manvel. I do have a little writing that I found here, and it's about challenges, and it's called The Mountain's Lesson. But I'd like to read this to you. The mountain high, daunting, steep, a challenge vast, an upward leap. With each step, promises we keep, in climb our dreams seep. Rocks and ridges, paths unknown, in our journey seeds are sown. Strength in will steadily grown, over peaks our light is shown. At the summit views so grand, triumph in our open hand. Challenges met as we planned, on mountain high we stand. So we're trying, guys. We care about y'all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next, we have the pledges, so if you can, please stand and join me. Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. If you'll give me a second here to go around to the front, we have a proclamation. We'll go ahead and read off this proclamation. Testing, testing. All right, it works now. So we have a proclamation tonight for National Diaper Need Awareness Week. And Miss Laura and Lana, if you guys want to come forward to receive this proclamation, I'll go ahead and read it out, and then would love for you guys to share a little bit about what National Diaper Need Awareness Week is. So you guys can come stand up here. So this proclamation reads, whereas diaper need, defined as the condition of not being able to afford a sufficient supply of clean diapers to keep babies, toddlers clean, dry, and healthy, can adversely affect the health and well-being of children and their families. Whereas national surveys and research studies report that nearly 1 in 2 families struggle with diaper need, and approximately 48% of families must delay changing a diaper to extend their available supply. And whereas a daily or weekly supply of diapers is generally a requirement for babies and toddlers to participate in childcare and quality early education programs that enable children to thrive and parents to work. And whereas many parents struggling with diaper need miss an average of 5 workdays per month due to an insufficient supply of diapers. And whereas, without enough diapers, babies and toddlers risk infections and other health complications, potentially leading to medical costs, while their parents may be prevented from accessing childcare. Turned off on me there. So we're gonna do this a little hokey, y'all. We'll just hold this. All right. So we'll say, whereas wow, that's loud, sorry. Without enough diapers, babies and toddlers risk infections and other health complications, potentially leading to medical costs, while their parents may be prevented from accessing childcare required to work or attend school, thereby destabilizing the family's economic prospects and well-being. Whereas the people of the city of Manvel recognize that diaper need is a public health issue, and addressing this need can lead to economic opportunity for families and communities across the state, ensuring that all children and families have access to the basic necessities required to thrive and reach their full potential. And whereas Manvel is proud to be home to trusted community-based organizations, including the Diaper Day Bank, that recognize the importance of diapers for health, economic stability, and quality of life, and work diligently to distribute diapers to families through various channels. Whereas through their vital work addressing diaper need, diaper banks play a critical role in supporting families, improving infant health and well-being, and advancing economic growth in our local and state communities. Now, therefore, I, Dan Davis, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Manvel, Texas, do hereby proclaim the week of September 15th to the 21st, 2025, as National Diaper Need Awareness Week in the city of Manvel, Texas, and extend gratitude to the Diaper Day Bank, its staff, volunteers, and donors for their dedicated service to our community. I further encourage the residents of Manvel to donate generously to diaper banks and diaper drives, and to support those organizations that collect, distribute diapers to families struggling with diaper need, ensuring that every child and family can thrive and reach their full potential. So we'll go ahead and give this proclamation to you guys, and we thank you for everything that you do to take care of our families in need. So Laura, can you tell us a little bit about what you guys do as the diaper bank?
Sure. The Mountain is the nonprofit, and Diaper Day Bank is an initiative of the Mountain. And 1 in 2 families struggle to purchase diapers. So we're here to help with that and make sure all the kiddos that need diapers receive diapers. We serve around 250 kiddos a month. And so we just appreciate the city of Manvel recognizing the need and spreading awareness.
Excellent. We'll take a photo together real quick. We had to get creative with the microphone, so thank you, everyone. Next, we have staff presentation on public hearing items. These all seem pretty self-explanatory, but Dan, Rosie, Tammy, anything that you guys need to share in advance of these public hearing items? No? Okay. So I'll go ahead and read off the first public hearing. We will then open it up to a call for anybody that wishes to speak on the subject of this public hearing. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. We'll have you come forward. You can state your name and address for the record, and then the floor will be yours. So the first public hearing is to hear input from the public regarding an ordinance of the City of Manvel, Texas, amending the zoning classification of approximate 13.08 acre tract developed with a retail building and associated parking described as Reserve A of Manvel Town Center Phase 1B, located at 17315 Highway 6, Manvel, Texas, PID 713693, from Planned Unit Development District State Highway 6 Overlay District to Planned Unit Development District State Highway 6 Overlay District with specific use permit, PUD SH6 SUP, providing for the granting of a specific use permit with conditions to authorize the use of a leased space, Suite 101, for NAICS use 621111, offices of physician, except mental health specialist, providing for the amendment of the city's official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing a penalty in amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof. We will open up the public hearing at 6:14 and do the first call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. Second call and third call. Having no one speak on the subject of this public hearing, we will close it at 6:14 p.m. The next public hearing, to hear comments for or against reauthorization of building permit fees to be included in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget adoption ordinance, reauthorizing all city fees charged as a condition of constructing, renovating, or remodeling a residential or commercial structure. We will open up this public hearing at 6:14 p.m. We will do the first call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. We will do the second call and the third call. Having no one speak on the subject of this public hearing, we will also close it at 6:14 p.m. The third and final public hearing is to hear comments for or against the proposed annual budget for the fiscal year of October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. This budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by $1,173,608.84, or 0.974%. And of that amount, $1,068,821.80 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year. So we will open up this public hearing at 6:15 p.m. I will do the first call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. Second call. And yes.
What y'all are doing, is that buildings that have been built on?
So this is, Tim, this is a public hearing where you can come up to the microphone and you can speak on the budget for the public hearing specifically. We need to make sure that we stay on subject for the public hearing.
That's my question about what you said on the 1.6 or the million. Is that some structures that are built already that weren't existing before, or did y'all annex more property?
Am I able, Bobby, to engage with this, or it's just a time? So this is just an opportunity for you to just give feedback to us and for us to listen to what you have to say. I'll read it again one more time for public's sake, but Tim, we are not able to engage beyond that. This is to hear comments for or against the proposed annual budget for the fiscal year of October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. This budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by $1,173,608.84, or 0.974%. And of that amount, $1,068,821.80 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year.
Yeah, I just had a question on the new property. I didn't understand. Is that new property from houses being built on existing lots from the new developments, or is that annexed property? Where did you get $1,068,000 new property taxes?
We're not able to engage back and forth on this, Tim. This is just an opportunity for us to listen for you. Okay, thank you, Tim. We will do the second call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing, and the third call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. Having no other public speakers, we will wrap this up at 6:17 p.m. We will now go to the public comment cards. The first public comment that we have is from Ms. Cindy Cortinas. Ms. Cindy, if you can come forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for being here tonight.
I'm Cynthia Cortinas. I live at 7204 Carpenter Road in Manvel. And once again, I'm here about animal control and to be the voice of the Manvel animals. With all the records that I've placed in front of y'all, and I have to ask, why have we not heard directly from ACO John Sherman? He's the first animal control officer you hired, the one with more than 20 years' experience, the same person you praised publicly to this community when he was hired. And the citizens of Manvel deserve to hear from him what happened to the animals and why. You have now held 3 executive sessions, August 4th, 25th, and again tonight, for the animal control issues. On the very same animal control issues that I raised back in May. I met with the city officials face-to-face, I've emailed, I've stood here before, yet here we are, no consequences for those involved, and no update on the investigation. Let's be clear, on May 17th, the death of the French Bulldog was not a mistake. It was animal cruelty in violation of Texas Penal Code 42092. I told you this at the August 18th meeting, and since the chief's July 9th restructure of animal control, things have not improved. They've gotten worse. More animals have suffered the cruelty that could have and should have been avoided. The restructure failed. Take July 19th, a citizen brought in an injured terrier. The officer's own report says, and I quote, ACO advised they would most likely be taking the dog to the vet tomorrow due to injuries not substantial, no bones or blood showing. So my question is this: is she a veterinarian? Is she qualified to make that judgment call without ever laying eyes on the dog? The very next day, the owner was on their way to come pick up the dog at PD, and ACO Bernard came in before they got there and saw the dog. And instead of rushing it to the nearest vet clinic in Pearland, she drove it to Houston Humane Society. Houston Humane Society was then forced to do the right thing and give the dog care. The owner had to go to Houston Humane, where the dog had to be euthanized but from its injuries. The very next, the dog was actually dragging its back legs. It was in pain. It needed immediate help, and it didn't get it. That's cruelty. And I'll ask again, where were the supervisors after July 9th for the restructure? There were 2 of them above her. Why didn't either of them step in? Why didn't they order her to assess the dog right away? So in close, the people of Manvel deserve more than silence and excuses. We deserve answers. We deserve accountability. I'm asking or demanding that the city release an official report and that real serious action be taken against those responsible for repeated acts of animal cruelty. In addition, we deserve an actual final report on the death of the French Bulldog and those that were held accountable for those actions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Natalio Gonzalez. Natalio, thank you for being here tonight. If you can state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes to speak, sir.
Natalio Gonzalez, 7606 Water Glen Lane, Manvel. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Natalio Gonzalez, and I'm a proud resident of Manvel. I lived here enough to see the city grow from a quiet small town to the vibrant, expanding city that we are now. I also work here as well as a new home sales counselor for Coventry Homes in the Valencia neighborhood, just a few streets away from here. So when I speak today, I'm speaking both as someone who depends on this community professionally and as someone personally invested in seeing Manvel's success. I'm here to respectfully ask for clarification and hopefully some support regarding the city's current signage regulations, particularly as they affect the home builders and community marketing efforts. Since Coventry Homes opened its doors in Valencia a year ago, we've seen slower than expected traffic, and one of the biggest challenges has been the lack of visibility. The community does not have the main entrance that naturally attracts the drive-by traffic, and I'm sorry about that. The community does not have a main entrance like naturally attracts the drive-by traffic, and we've been restricted on the ability to place directional signage on high-key traffic areas, like Highway 6 and 288 feeder roads. The few signs that are up now are owned by the developer Hillwood Communities and are located within the Blue Water Lakes community and also in Pollard, and just 3 outside on Highway 6. Really the only areas that residents or visitors are likely to drive through by. Unfortunately, this lack of signage has a direct impact, not just on my ability to earn a living, but overall on the sales performance of multiple builders in Valencia. It's just not me, it's many of us who are struggling to meet the expectations we had for this community. And when homes aren't selling, that affects more than just the sales counselors or builders. It ultimately impacts the city itself. Slower sales means fewer new residents, less growth, and delay in the tax revenue that comes from new homes, new home construction and occupancy. With the upcoming opening of the Rodeo Palms underpass and new access of Dobelo, there's a real opportunity to better guide the prospective buyers to Valencia and other communities like it. If we could find a way to allow simple, tasteful signage in strategic locations, especially those with high visibility, it could make a meaningful difference. I completely understand and respect the city's desire to maintain a clean and orderly appearance, but I also believe that there's a balanced solution where we can preserve Manvel's charm while still supporting the visibility and growth of its community. I hope we can work together to revisit and possibly revise the current signage rules, not just for Coventry homes, but for the long-term benefit of Manvel's continued development. Thank you for your time and your dedication to our city.
Thank you, Natalia. Appreciate that. Thank you for calling Manvel home. Next, we have Tim Black. Mr. Tim, thank you for being here tonight. If you can just state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes to speak. You'll see the timer on the confidence screen right here in front of you. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, I'm Tim Black at Furnace Road. I want to talk about the budget. I'm a police guy. I like the new police station and stuff, but I'm a little concerned with, I saw in here the amount of supervisor versus cops, patrol cops, and then I see that I know that the new jail facility has, I believe, 181 jail cells. It's pretty big inside there, from my understanding. Is that, how big is the jail? So I may be misinformed. 11. Okay, well, that makes way more sense. Wow. Well, if we have 11 jail cells, I was curious, is the crime rate, has it gone up in Manvel? I mean, I've been here a long, long time, and I see more people getting pulled over. I see, y'all know where I started this back originally was the revenue, that this growth and revenue and a lot of the stuff we were doing is because we need revenue, because from the best I can do in my math, is that our tax base doesn't cover payroll and everything our needs, so that we have to go outside of that to make money, which is a problem in growth. I mean, it's impossible. I mean, it's not citizen based, it's revenue based, and that's why I'm here. I'm not sure. I'm all about growing, but you got to grow revenue on tax base and different things instead of just growing City Hall and all these entities that were making bigger, which is fine. I mean, I know God knows we needed the police station. That thing was, mobile homes and what have you. Having said that, you got 20 supervisors to 20 patrol officers, which, I'm not sure exactly how that works. And I'm not sure how 4 or 5 jailers on top of that. I mean, how busy is that? I mean, I'm concerned, have we created that much more crime around here, or is it that much more happening is that a need? And if so, where's that coming from? Is that coming from the new development area that, you know what I mean? Because I've been here a long time. I don't see a whole lot of it running through the main part of the old part of town that I've seen. Of course, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. But those are my concerns. I'm all about growing. I'm all about Manvel. I love Manvel. Y'all know that. But I have concerns about revenue. I see us spiraling to the tax base. My question a while ago was real on the dollars, on where the new tax money came from. I thought that's what we were talking about. You know what I mean? I thought that's what we were talking about. I thought that was a fair question. I was talking about and asked a question about the numbers you brought up. Where did it come from? I would have thought that would have been easy to answer. It was either new construction or it was new property or new land that came into the town, unless you raised a rate, or is that based on everybody's taxes going up, which, I'm not the right guy to talk about that. Mine went up 360% last year, my house value, 4 months before I turned 65, which not very fun, not feeling it too much, but that's my question here, and I know my time is up, but yeah, I'm concerned with how we're spending money and the growth. I'm all about growing, but you got to have, you're doing it backwards, in my opinion, very much so.
All right, thank you, Tim. Last public comment we have tonight is we got a double dose with this public comment. So we have Gary Moore and Angie Infante. Angie, you got to come forward too. Your name's on the card. I'm going to have you come forward here. So if you guys can just state your name and address for the record, and then y'all have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Gary Moore, 2916 Viva Drive, Pearland, Texas.
Angie Infante, 1112 Glenda, Pearland, Texas. Good evening.
So we're here tonight to bring awareness to Manvel City Council, staff, and residents of Manvel about the Pearland Veterans Day Walk. The Pearland Veterans Day Walk is it's an organization. It's a 501c3, and we call it Hike for Mental Health Organization, which sponsors this each year. It's been going since 2014, and it brings awareness to the stigma surrounding mental health illness. And the funds raised by these events support scientific research into the causes and treatments of PTSD, schizophrenia, depression, and other major mental health issues, as well as programs to combat the stigma of mental health. It's an all-volunteer organization, and again, it is a 501c3. Each year we host this walk, and it's at the Pearland Natatorium Center. And each year they give funds to different organizations. So all the money raised from this walk goes to different organizations. This year it's 3 different organizations, and if I'm not wrong on this, I think each year money goes to Camp Hope. This year, not only just Camp Hope, but the Combat Marine Outdoors and the Warrior Refuge, which is a Brazoria County organization for veterans. So this year, we're going to do this on November 8th at the Natatorium. Registration starts at 7:30 until 8:15. Then we'll do a ceremony honoring veterans, and then we'll get started with the walk about 8:45. You have 2 different options on here. You got a 2.2 mile or a 4K and a 2.2 mile. And then we also have sponsorships, and council, each of y'all got a packet. I would hope that I can count on you to do a sponsorship this year and come out and check it out. Just so that you know, we still have 22 veterans a year that are committing suicide, and that's just uncalled for. PTSD, survivor guilt, a host of other things. 1 in 6 veterans from Afghanistan and Iraq have diagnosed PTSD. So come on out. We look forward to having you there. It's a great event, and look forward to seeing you there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you for this information as well. All right. Any more public comments, Tammy, that have been submitted? Okay. We'll now move on to the city manager update. Manager Dan.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about tonight. Amongst all of the propaganda that you had in front of you, there was a calendar. Hopefully you saw that, if somebody can hold that up. So that is this year's TFMA Turnaround Don't Drown calendar. So you have one provided for each one of y'all. I brought back 100 of them from Texas Floodplain Manager Association. Good grief. Workshop? What am I trying to say? Meeting, annual meeting, there we go. Conference, that's the word, that we had last week. And I've told a couple of council members, this was the first time we had not only multiple people from the city of Manvel, but we actually there were 4 of us. Matt was there, our assistant city engineer. Kathy, our code enforcement officer, was there, and Jorge, our development coordinator, was there, and myself. So it was very exciting. I've been carrying the torch for a long time by myself, so it was great. Lots of technical stuff, floodplain related. Probably one of the biggest things that was of interest, I guess, was, what is going to happen to FEMA as we know it? Or is it going to get renamed? Is it going to go away? Is it going to get refunded? So that's obviously very important in the floodplain world. But anyway, just wanted y'all to have a copy of the calendar, and brought back several more that we're going to be able to hand out, I think, at the front desks of all of the different facilities. Second thing is BCCA. You got an email from Tammy to remind you that she needs to know, I guess, by this Friday, right? If you would like to go to this month's BCCA meeting, will be September 17th in Danbury. So if you're interested, just let Tammy know. And since we've been sitting here this evening, I don't know if you noticed, but Alyssa sent out the PD&Z meeting today for the PD&Z meeting next Monday. So we're just, we're already seeing what that new state law, what that looks like. So we're basically having to post today for a meeting next Monday because of the way that it's posted. So, or because of the way that the new laws read. So anyway, I just thought that was of interest, so if we have a holiday on Monday, that does not give us a lot of time, to get going the very next day. I think that was it. If anyone in the audience was, or in the public was curious what the mayor talked about in a public hearing, actually just this very night, what he mentioned was as far as the new budget, so $1.1 million, or about 9.74%, is the new budget that's being raised, and 1.068 of that 1.173 is from new property. So that means only 105,000 was from existing property. So I don't know if that was of interest. I know.
So Dan, to clarify, when you
Sure.
say new property, that's like new homes that are built, new businesses that
Sure,
are built.
exactly.
Okay.
Yep. So only 105,000 is actually attributed to existing stuff. So even if we keep the 56-cent rate from last year, appraisals and whatnot, it did go up, but only 106,000 out of all of our structures. So.
But that was the heavy commercial, correct?
It's both. I mean, we had 700 or 800 new homes just this last year as well. So.
Okay, but even with our tax paybacks, it still was an ample amount off the housing.
Sure. Yep. The majority, by far, almost 91% is from new stuff. Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Manager Dan, for that update. Council, we will now move on to the consent agenda. Any comments and/or questions about the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion for the consent agenda? We have a motion to approve from Mayor Pro Tem Lands. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Keith Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Moving on to the regular agenda, and Council, this is where we're going to move a little bit around here, but for agenda item number 1, consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance 2025-0-22. The applicant has asked that we withdraw that from now as they work on things, and so we will take no action on this agenda item unless you have any comments and/or questions. Hearing none, we will take no action. Dan and Joe's, I would like to at this point move up agenda item number 5 and then move up the executive session. But do we have anybody that is here representing for agenda item number 2 or agenda item number 3? I did not see anyone in the audience.
I don't either.
Okay, perfect. So council, we do have Mr. Alam that is here for agenda item number 5. With your consent, I would like to move up that agenda item. All right. Consideration and possible action to approve Alam Farias' appointment to fill the Building and Standards Board vacancy. Tammy, you introduced this item at our last regular meeting, so can you speak to this item here for us?
Yes, and Mr. Lam is here as well, and his application is in your packet. His background is in architecture, so this board is the board that, should there be any violations for dilapidated buildings, code violations, stuff like that, it can go to this board. So having a background in building, city codes, really helps with this one. So if you have any questions, he is here, and the application's in your packet.
Thank you, Tammy. Any comments and/or questions from council? Hearing none, do I have a motion for this agenda item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve the appointment of Mr. Alam from Councilman Oplager, a second from Councilwoman Roby Robinson. All those in favor? All those opposed, motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Mr. Alam, thank you. We appreciate you being involved. Thank you for being here tonight. Next, council, with your consent, I'd like to move up the executive session as we do have someone here for it tonight. Are you guys good with that? Oh, Manager Dan?
Mayor, just one thing that occurred to me. On item number 3, I think Matt is staying to answer questions on the pump detention. So I didn't know if we wanted to, if that's one that we can handle quickly so that he didn't have to wait.
Yeah,
for the whole
absolutely.
executive session.
Council, you guys good with that to talk about agenda item number 3?
Sure.
Perfect. That way we can get Matt home to his family. So I'll read this off, and then Matt will let you, I believe, present this item. Good catch there, Dan. This is consideration of possible action to approve a request for pump detention for an approximate 1.101 acre tract of land, PID 678969, located on the south side of Highway 6, abutting the west side of the Chevron gas station at 17230 Highway 6, based on the provision in Section 5 Drainage 1.04 G5.A and B and Section 5 Drainage 2.02F and G of the Design Criteria Manual. I feel like I'm coding with my words there. Forwarded by PD&Z with favorable recommendation, vote 7-0. Matt, if you want to come forward, super high level, introduce this agenda item for us, and then we'll open it up to comments or questions.
Good evening, council. Sorry. Yeah, just to go over it a little bit. It is for the proposed Welby branch that's going to the west of Chevron along the southwest corridor of Highway 6 and 288. It's also, I guess in conjunction, I know that the property immediately adjacent to the west also got, I believe a couple of years ago, approved for pump detention, the HJR track. Just a couple quick notes about the property. It is outside of the flood zone. A couple of the entities having jurisdiction will be TxDOT, BDD4, and then of course us. From their proposed layout, they're trying to do a combination of detention using 2 detention ponds and underground storage underneath the parking lot with 1 outfall point on Highway 6. So they will need to get TxDOT approval, BDD4 approval, and then also City of Manvel approval for the drainage. Pump detention is allowed on a case-by-case basis, of course, with approval by City Council. A couple of conditions that are required. It has to be used for non-residential developments. No residence is allowed within 1,000 feet of the facility. Backup natural gas generators to be provided for the system. 50% has to be achieved by gravity for the detention. And then also, of course, the corresponding drainage district also has to approve the system. So as of right now, with what has been provided, so far they're currently meeting all those requirements and have also provided some form of maintenance agreement with BDD4 and then also with the city, just kind of laying out some responsibilities as far as, like year 1 maintenance, year 2 maintenance, a couple things that they're obligated to do to make sure that everything's functioning properly. So overall, they do meet all the criteria. So the city does recommend approval based on what they have provided. We would believe that adding 2 conditions would be beneficial to include with the approval. One being similar to kind of what we do with some other items, maybe a kind of like a period of 2 years or so. If no significant work is done, maybe we come and revisit it and update it at that time, or if there's any significant changes to the proposed layout that, maybe that's something that we also bring before the commission and council as well. So those would be 2 conditions that we recommend also to tag along with approval if it is granted today.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that overview. Council, I want to start us off here. We can open it up for questions and comments. I am going to ask that we postpone this. I think when you have an item before the body, you should have a representative here in person. Welby does not have a representative. I have some questions and concerns about this. The fact that they do not have approval from TxDOT or DD4, I think you need to have that approval first before you get approval from us. DD4 has what some might say stricter requirements than what we have. I would want to make sure they meet that. They also do not represent the fact that they would have to dedicate 10 feet of right-of-way on the back of their property, which would impact the drainage easement as well as potentially the design for their pump detention. And I'd like to see that figured out, plus try to get them talking with Rayner's group to the west to see if there can be some collaboration there. So I would be uncomfortable taking action on this tonight without being able to have that conversation publicly with a WellBe representative. That's my position, though. So, council, any comments and/or questions?
I have a question.
Councilman Bonner?
Is this the first actual underground detention that we've got in the area? I mean, the other one that we approved was above ground. I mean, well, it wasn't covered.
Right.
So is this the first covered?
As far as pump detention, I would say.
I mean, we don't have that many to begin with, too.
Right, right.
So
as far as
what's the major difference between covered and open pump detention? Anything that you specifically looked at when this was presented?
I think it's more just for land area availability. Not really too much difference, but I think that's mostly.
So no difference in the pumps, or is the pump actually underground or is it sit above ground?
Typically, they are kind of like in
submerged pumps.
Right.
So to me, that presents a difference because I don't think the other ones on the other one we looked at. Correct. Was the pump submerged on that one?
I believe the Manvel ER is as well.
Okay, that was my only question. This is different from the other one we looked at this year, in that it's covered. Other than that, I have the same concerns too about the not having the approval yet from the other agencies. So that'd be my only concerns too.
And that's one thing I apologize. I did forget to mention because I think they had missed the cutoff for posting the PD&Z agenda. When they had sent it over, they did get, I guess, a preliminary TxDOT approval conceptually for what they were proposing. But unfortunately, it was kind of after we submitted the packet.
So they have.
I'm sorry, they do have a tentative agreement?
For TxDOT.
But not for DD4 yet?
Right.
Okay.
At least not to my knowledge.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Matt. Any other comments and/or questions?
I have a question.
Councilwoman?
When we saw this 2 years ago with the Rayner Group, what's different between this layout and what they came in and asked us for approval in?
Yeah, so this is the tract immediately to the east of the Rayner Group one.
Okay.
West of Chevron. So it's another completely independent pump system.
So it's not the same
It's not.
plan that they brought to us 2 years ago, but it is the same land that they own.
Different ownership.
Different ownership.
Different ownership.
Yes, ma'am. It just happens to be in proximity to the Rayner's property. Yeah.
Okay. So this particular owner has nothing to do with them, but that's the only way to move forward with this building there is doing pump detention. Yes,
seems like that.
pretty much. What we figured out last time. Okay, and then with that being said, can you elaborate a little bit on what we're talking about when we don't have DD4's approval for this? Because what I'm hearing is somebody's got to prove something first, and if TxDOT doesn't approve it, are they waiting for us to approve it, or is this something that, the chicken goes before the egg or the egg before the chicken?
I guess with the plan approvals, not just this one specifically, but most of the ones that we have in the city, we do require theirs, and they usually get theirs before we approve it on our side.
Did they mention why they don't have it yet, other than the preliminary from TxDOT they do have, but not DD4?
It just could be that it's very conceptual. There's no, really heavy calculations or anything done just quite yet. So that could be the case. They may be just working through with them at this time.
Okay, I'm just confused as why it would get to this point without having all their ducks in a row, knowing that we would require that. Like, where did the ball get dropped?
Well, so I think we're going to see this a lot, where if someone's trying to develop a tract and the only way that they can make it work is with pump detention, then they want to kind of get a barometer from council. Hey, do we even go ahead and pay our engineers to do all of this effort and everything? If you're going to say no, well, then we just won't develop here. We'll go somewhere else.
Okay.
I think it's from a pure, is this even possible approach? So, because when they go to BDD4, and BDD4 only meets once a month, so they've got to have everything, all of the, everything, all the ducks in a row, everything ready to go. One big difference is TxDOT and BDD4 are probably not going to hold up their approval based on whether the city's approved it or not, whereas the city is. We're going to make sure that you've got TxDOT approval and Drainage District
So
approval.
that's kind of my
else.
question, is if
We're always going to be kind of the last one.
Were they just not aware of?
I think they are. I think they're
They are
literally
aware.
just asking. They have to get. Am I misspeaking, Joe's, or?
No, you're good. But I just wanted to add one thing. Like, I know you're looking at it from the perspective of having processes in place. I would like to just bring it to everybody's attention that this is relatively a new process, because there was a time when pump detention was not allowed.
Exactly.
When the property you mentioned, Rainer's property, was considered, that was the very first time. And that happened as a design modification process where it came to the council, and we didn't have a set process. The second project that was considered was the ER project. At that time, we came up with like criterias that needs to be met to be eligible for consideration. And so it's an evolving process, I would say. So we are still fine-tuning what happens, how it happens. And it's not necessarily that they were not ready. It's just that the process is evolving, and they submitted, we reviewed. Our goal was to bring it in front of PD&Z and City Council as soon as we could.
Okay.
With full understanding that the outcome could be that, hey, we need more information, we need more discussion, and it could be tabled, rather than waiting for everything, assuming that everything is here, bring it back to y'all, and y'all would do the same, so that way it gets further delayed. So the process is evolving, I would say.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Joes. I just want to be clear that when we make statements like they don't have their ducks in a row, that it's not because they were trying to not have their ducks in a row. They're our business partner that wants to build a business in Manvel. And so just having some understanding of where that ball was dropped, if it was intentional or if they were guided to come before council before they even had the approval from DD4. And since he's mentioning that this is a new process for us, then it just brings clarity to us, so we know, like, okay, they don't have that yet, but they're working on it. So maybe it was just came before us too soon. I mean, if not, then what's really the big holdup?
Yeah, so again, we could, if that's what council would prefer, we can have them, hey, we won't even bring it to council until they have all the approvals. The downside of that is they've spent a significant amount of money, and what if they come to council and council says, nah, y'all need to work with Rainer and have a shared pump system. We don't want an independent.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, they just went through months and however much, money with their developer, with their designers and whatnot. So
is this more for our appetite to just get our feedback and a discussion on it to see if we're even open to it versus it being an action item?
It is, but like Matt said, the way that it's written is it's approved on a case-by-case basis. So this is conceptually, are y'all open to an independent pump system on this tract? That's really the question.
I am, especially there, because we've already discussed this multiple times, that's a really cluster of a little land, and it's difficult to do anything with it unless they have pump detention. Now, whether it's above ground or underground, that's up to you engineers to tell us whether it's good. But hearing you say that there's requests for them to maintenance, and as long as they're keeping it up to code and they're doing all the right things, then it shouldn't be a problem. I'm struggling with what's the process? Do we approve it? Do we not? Why is it before us? And if they don't have all their ducks in a row, then why is it here? Unless we can make recommendations and say, yes, we do have an appetite for it, because that's the only way it's going to move forward. That makes sense. Okay, so my questions seem to be answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'll weigh in here, and then we'll open it up to council comments or questions. I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I would like to get an opinion from DD4 to see what they think, because they do have different requirements than us, and especially because, to Councilman Bonner's point, this is enclosed, and it's underground compared to the other pump detentions that we've approved, which are open. But I'll go back to my original concern, which is, Councilwoman, if you have the site plan pulled up here.
Yeah.
So if you look at the back of their property is where there's currently, it's a 40-foot road easement. Just north of that on this map is where they have an open ditch drainage from the gas station that flows into existing detention, which is on Rayner's property. Then it goes into all their underground pump detention. They are not accounting for the additional 10 feet of right-of-way that they're going to have to dedicate, which means that they're going to have to somehow shift the open ditch. My understanding, Matt, is they would have to somehow shift or relocate or do something with that open ditch, which then alters their pump detention. And this site plan does not take that into consideration.
So is this something that
And
PD&Z missed, or why are we just now catching this?
And that's where I'm very concerned, and I would love to have a representative from Welby here, or their engineering firm, to speak to that, about why that's not factored in. So Matt, can you speak a little bit to the conversations with the applicant? You know, I know this got a 7-0 recommendation from PD&Z. I know we're open to pump detention, but when you start having a lot of them, I'd rather see there be a regional detention than just each one having their own individual pump. So can you speak to the right-of-way conversation there and whether that was something that was discussed and they just chose to not include it, or what's going on there?
Yeah, no, so I think it kind of came in, I think maybe like a week or two ago. It was very recent that it came up, and actually they're the ones that kind of brought it up. I think they have been in talks with, I guess, the Ranger Track already. And so they had asked questions about, you know, kind of how is that going to affect their site and things like that. So I think we're also kind of waiting a little bit too to kind of see what happens with, they are, I guess, coordinating with each other.
So there's coordination there.
And
so
they're
that's
aware of it.
okay. That's where I would prefer to postpone and let's get them here. Let's kind of see how that progresses out, because there's a lot of considerations. Because that, depending on what happens there, that subsequently is going to impact the gas station to the east because they leverage that open ditch drainage for their drainage purposes. So this is more than just pump detention if we approve this design criteria modification. And I need a little, not saying that you guys haven't provided that. You guys are doing a great job. I just need a little bit more from Welby, and I think there's some more conversations and fleshing out that needs to happen there. Thank you, Matt. Council, any other comments and or questions?
I do. I'm confused as to why we're discussing this 10 feet that should have been on this design when, again, it's before us and that's something that you're picking up on, but yet it went through PD&Z and it's here, and so you're calling it out, but I don't hear anybody else. So that's my question. Why?
Councilwoman,
Where's the break in communication?
I'll try to explain that. So this situation has a little bit of uniqueness to it. So we knew about the there was an existing right-of-way that the drilling site used, and some of the details like the drainage easement that is in place and all of that comes out when we get a detailed survey and the survey is done and there's all the call outs in place. So some of that the information was received while the adjoining property was working on some applications. So this particular applicant was approaching the whole request from a perspective of, like Dan said, conceptually, is the city council okay with a pump detention? And when they do that, the calculations that was provided was a general conceptual calculation, and they did not factor in the right-of-way dedication like the mayor mentioned, but they were looking at the volume from not like spot on, but capturing as much as they could at this point. So that's the approach they took in submitting the plans. And when we reviewed it, we did notice that there's this right-of-way issue situation, and we have, in order to address that cannot be tagged on with this process in terms of approval. So it's a separate variance process that you will see on the adjoining property, Richard Rayner's property, that will be brought in. So since the application was made, like I said, the applicant wanted to proceed sooner than later to get feedback from both PD&Z as well as City Council. And here we are. Had this been a regular situation, I don't anticipate the council having an issue with the right-of-way situation. And because, like the mayor mentioned, there is a drainage easement to take Chevron's water to Richard Rayner's property, and all of that complication, what I'm hearing from Mayor is that he'll be more comfortable to take action on this after seeing more accurate information on this. Now, going back to PD&Z, the question you asked, they also were approaching it from the standpoint of, is pump detention relevant for this particular property? And based on all the questions they asked, what they were trying to establish is, okay, it was considered once before. This has the same situation like the other property that was approved for, and then it meets the criteria laid out in the design criteria manual, and that was their basis for the decision.
So in a nutshell, it meets the design criteria, but what we're finding here is were they aware of the 10-foot easement, or is that just something that they need to go back and modify this?
And we don't know for a fact that they did not know, but definitely the plan that was submitted doesn't factor it in. So they may still be, and there are different design professionals involved in putting together the application. There may have been some kind of misunderstanding, or maybe they thought this could be addressed later on. And like Dan mentioned, one of the considerations is, like for this particular property, given the concept that the applicant is showing us, is it reasonable to allow pump detention or not? Okay. And probably that is exactly what the applicant was also approaching it from. And since they were here at the Planning Development and Zoning Commission meeting, and the way it all went, they may have anticipated that it'll be the same thing here, or I don't know. We'll get back with them and see what the situation is.
Do we know why they were not able to attend today? Anybody? No? Were we expecting them to be here today? Anybody?
No, I don't think anybody has that information, but we'll reach out to them and explain to them. And but like I said, since the process is evolving, now this gives us intel that for the next application, we have to make sure these things are in place. Okay. If there's a complication, rather than we advise them that, hey, rather than putting it on the agenda, we would rather have all the information before we schedule it for the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay. Any other comments and/or questions?
I have one.
Councilman Bonner?
So the only thing that we're approving or disapproving or postponing at all tonight is that this property can be used for pump detention. It doesn't say they can use the plan that's presented here in the packet. That's later down the line after it's approved for pump detention.
Yeah, that's a great point. So you weren't being asked to approve a design or a site plan or anything like that. And I hate the thought that their site plan or just sort of their sketches are hurting them in some ways, because it's just to give an idea. It's would y'all allow us to do pump? They'll still have to go through all the traps of the design and everything. That you're not approving this by any stretch of the imagination. It's just.
We're just saying this property could be used for pump detention if you design it to meet our standards.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So why are we?
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments and/or questions from council? Councilman Oakley?
So I am familiar with, if you go down Highway 6, the gas station at 2nd Street and Highway 6 has that type of pump detention that you're talking about. They're great big plastic tanks that they put in the ground, and that's what that gas station uses, that style of detention. It's been that way for 3 or 4 years now. And I've never seen a problem, so it seems to work at that little small location there on Highway 6.
Thank you, Councilman. With that, do I have a motion for this agenda item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman Oplager. We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes in a 5-2 vote. Matt, thank you so much for being here. You did a great job presenting that item for us. Dan, Joes, please keep us updated on the right-of-way and kind of how this all plays out. That would be much appreciated. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, council, if you guys are good with moving on to the executive session now, would like to head in there. You guys good with that? All right. City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, personnel matters to discuss the following: duties of the Animal Control Division, legal matters involving Animal Control Division. Dan, please have anyone that's needed to join us in executive session join us. We will head back there at 7:03 p.m. Thank you, everyone. From executive session at 8:32 p.m., having taken no action in executive session. I know we've jumped around some, so I believe now we are on agenda item number 2, consideration possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance 2025-0-23. This had a favorable recommendation from PD&Z, vote 7-0. Joe's super high level. I think we get the gist of this, but anything specific to call out?
This is an SUP request. It's for lease space within Manvel Town Center. It's Memorial Hermann. They're trying to put a medical clinic in there. Based on our zoning ordinance, they're required to get an SUP, and therefore we have this application. Planning and Zoning Commission is forwarding staff's recommendation of approval with the conditions listed in the report. There are 3 conditions that's predetermined conditions by the zoning ordinance, and then we're adding another condition to limit the use to the lease space that where they're going. This is different from the urgent care that they have in the same town center.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Joes. Any comments or questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm sorry, it's different from what?
If you remember, there was another SUP that was approved, I believe, in 2023 or 2024, where Memorial Hermann was coming in, but they were doing an urgent care, and this is different. This is a clinic and not a urgent care.
And does that answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. I think Councilman Oplager has a comment.
No, it's my doctor.
Oh, who is it?
She's moving, Dr. Odie, she's moving. Dr. Odie's moving from West University to here. I love it.
Leaving West U to come here?
West U.
Huh.
She's moving from West U to here. She bought her home here in Manvel.
Wow.
Exciting
That says a
stuff.
lot.
Exciting
We're
stuff.
moving to save money here, I'll tell you that.
All right, well, Councilman Oplager, do you want to make a motion for us regarding this item? You might have to use, one of those.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from patient Councilman Oplager. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes in a 6-0 vote. Council, we already took action on number 3, so we will move down to agenda item number 4. Consideration and possible action to schedule the adoption date for fiscal year 2025-2026, budget for September 15th, 2025. Anything you need to share with us, Tammy?
Nope, just approve it.
Just approve it, okay. We have a motion to approve from Councilman Bonner. We have a second from Councilwoman Sarmiento. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. All right, we took action on agenda item number 5, so now we are on agenda item number 6, consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2025-R-35. And Tammy, you had some information to share with us. You saw another city did something for this agenda item?
Yeah, so the city of Angleton actually posted a post on their social media site requesting volunteers from their community that may be interested in applying for this board. So we can do the same thing if that's what you'd like. We can post it on the website tomorrow. We'll build a draft application to put on. It'll be a little different than our normal board application, and then have it on your next agenda for you guys to decide if anyone that submits their application, if you want to consider them, or you can just talk to neighbors or friends if you want to go that route.
Okay, thank you, Tammy. Councilman Bonner, I see you have a comment.
Yeah, when's the drop dead for having to approve it?
So you'll have to approve this at your next your next meeting so that we can get it to.
Would that give y'all enough time to vet the applications?
Yeah, so there won't be much vetting because we're not necessarily, they're not having to follow our board requirements for this
I don't know if
board.
you'd have to verify that they were a Brazoria County resident.
So, I mean, that we can do from there, just a regular application and hope that's where they still live, but yeah, there
Just didn't want to
won't.
put too much on y'all to have to do in that short of a time.
Yeah, I think we could vet, I don't know.
Tammy,
If they think like me, there won't be any.
and Tammy, I like it establishes a process for the future. It allows us to see if there's anyone. If there's no one, then we say we stick with the 2 that we've got. So I'm on board for that. We give it 2 weeks, see if maybe we find a good one that we can all rally behind. Any other comments or questions, council? Yeah, so we'll postpone it. Yep. All right. Oh, Councilman Bonner. Yes, sir.
We have to have 2 readings on this now?
No, this is just
Okay, good.
Good question, Councilman. All right, council, I will make a motion to postpone agenda item number 6. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilwoman Roby Robinson. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion to postpone passes 7-0. Agenda item number 7, consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2025-R-36. Staff?
Want me to take this one, guys? All right, all at once. As you'll probably know, in relation to our impact fees, the statute requires us to have a capital improvement advisory committee that goes over the impact fees and how they're used according to our capital improvement plan, and they do a report once in a while. The state law changed as to the composition of this committee. It used to be that you could use PD&Z as the committee if you wanted to, and for years, City of Manvel did that. It wasn't until recently that we actually did the other way. You can have a committee and structure it according to certain people that you could have on it. And the second thing they changed was they changed the composition of the other way that you can do it with the people that you can have on it. It used to be 40% had to be representatives of real estate, development, or building industries, and they changed that to 50%. So those two changes state law made effective yesterday, September 1st, and to be consistent with state law, we've changed our enabling language as to how we structure a capital improvement advisory committee, deleting PD&Z as an alternative, and changing the composition from 40 up to 50% for representatives of real estate, development, and building industries.
Thank you, Bobby. Question for that before we open it up to council. By changing this and adopting this tonight, are we in compliance based off of our current board composition or committee composition?
So we still have to, our current board has a realtor, it has a builder, it has a retired engineer, and the other two, one is in business and one works for GIS. The retired engineer is one that when we appointed this board, it fell within the range of building. However, after the meeting, from the last meeting, I always say her name wrong.
Ishita.
Yes. Had said that engineering doesn't really fall into the developer realm. It needs to be like a home builder or a builder of some sort in that sense. So with that being said, as of today, without looking into that, if we can't use the engineer, then no, we're not.
So that means then that we'll need to post and solicit applicants that we would then consider as to who we want to appoint. Okay, thank you, Tammy. Council, any comments or questions regarding this agenda item? Hearing none, Councilman Rossi Knox, can I have a motion for this agenda item? We have a motion to approve from the councilman. Do I have a second? I'll second. We have a second from Councilman Oplager. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Consideration, agenda item number 8, consideration and possible action to approve an interlocal agreement between Brazoria County and the City of Manvel for fiscal year 2025-2026 road repair assistance. Dan, what do you have for us? Or Tammy?
So this is it's the same interlocal that comes around every year that allows the county to do road repairs for us on roads that butt up to county roads at the rate that they do it for our discounted rate. It's not completely free. There's a certain amount of road that they will do. After this, then we get to submit our road list. Now, they have been behind, which is why we entertained the contractors to come in and do some of the roads that have been done for us, but it's still good practice to keep this interlocal in place, whether we use it or not. If we need it, we've got it.
Thank you, Tammy. I'm fine with entering into the interlocal for me. A few questions. One, Dan, Robbie, where are we at on the timeline for Dogwood? Last year, the county engineer, Matt Hanks, drove with Dan, graded it as an F, said that they would come and completely redo it for us through the intersection at no cost to the city. They said they would do it early summer, then late summer. Here we are again.
So I actually got a call from Jackie at Precinct 3 today, and she let me know that Robert Franks have taken over. Mike Blissett retired. So he's, and they just bought a new paver. So they have the guys training and everything. So once they get done and the guys familiar with the paver, then they're going to release them. But he didn't give me no date.
Still no date. Okay.
Still no date.
We might need to ask our county commissioner about that. Councilman Bonner?
And I did talk to him about this through Jackie, and his explanation was he would rather learn how to use this new machine properly than to practice on our streets, which I kind of liked. So that was his explanation, and that they would get it as soon as he felt they were trained to do a great job for us.
Okay. Well, hopefully that's sooner rather than later. Thank you, Councilman, for that. The other question that I had was regarding the current fiscal year roads, which I know is the south, kind of the southwest side of town.
Yeah, so we're looking at, it's going to be Kirchner, Alleluia Trail, Mason, and Burnett.
Okay.
So that'll give us 2 miles of road. They're going to do overlay.
And have they given us a timeline for completion? Because that interlocal has been in place for.
No, so the.
Hey, Robbie, could you use that other one? Let's see if that works for us.
All right. So the goal is to come in and finish Dogwood first, and then they're going to jump onto the interlocal agreement.
So there's no timeline for that either?
No, not yet.
Okay. How much, Lewis, we just redid Lewis, so smooth, love it, beautiful. How much did that cost us to do Lewis?
Lewis, man, I don't remember right off the top of my head. I want to say maybe a little bit.
I'll have to look that up because we've got the contractor and the equipment combined. So I'll look that up here.
Because I'm wondering, and it's good to have this interlocal, we're not always going to have our straight funding. So I don't want to be short-sighted, but I'm just wondering, it seems like every year we're kind of delayed. And I know our cost to redo some of these roads was about $350,000, $400,000 to redo Wilson, Charlotte, Tankersley, and Dogwood. And so just curious to see what the cost was for us to redo Lewis, to say, you know what, even though we have this interlocal with the county, if we have a great contractor that's on site, that's ready to mobilize, these roads needed, does it make sense for us to accelerate the timeline by doing it with a contractor, or is there a huge significant cost difference?
So the only difference in that, Mayor, is that we only pay for materials with Missouri County. And I think it's a small fee every year that they charge us for that on local, right?
Okay.
So as an example, if we were just paying for the materials for Lewis, that was about $215,000 for the materials. But since we had to use a contractor also, the contractor was over $400,000. So altogether, that's a $600,000 road. So there is a significant savings.
Which is good, and that's good to let the taxpayers know. We all pay county
Yes.
tax dollars, so it's great to understand that, because that's the question that I get asked is, when are you going to get to this road? Why aren't you doing it? Why are you partnering with the county? And so having that information is very helpful.
About 1/3 of the cost, I would say.
1/3 of the cost. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Please keep us updated, Robbie, as it relates to the timelines for Dogwood and these other roads. I know I get asked a couple times each month about Dogwood, considering we live in Lakeland. People are very anxious to get that road redone. I know you're following up on it. I appreciate you doing that. Sorry, Councilman Bonner, please go ahead.
I just want to ask a question. Is the way we did Lewis versus how we did Dogwood and Tankersley and all those, that was a little bit different type of job, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a little bit different because of the thickness of the road, so they had to actually come in and mend it.
I'm just wondering if the county had done that job, would there have been a little bit, would they have said, this isn't kind of the agreement we have under the interlocal to do this kind of work?
Oh, that's a great question. So for the most part, the county will only resurface a road. They're not going to reclaim it. Yeah, they'll overlay it. They won't necessarily reclaim it. Like Lewis had, 10 or 12 inches?
12 inches of
12 inches of old asphalt. So they went through and reclaimed. So it's got a fantastic base now.
And because the county used to reclaim it, and this is a new thing where they're just going to surface now. They're not going to reclaim it.
It used to be 2 miles, however many roads that is 2 miles. That was period, 2 miles period. Then 2 years ago they changed it. Okay, well it's 2 miles and no more than 4 or 5 roads.
Right.
Now it's 2 miles of overlay and no more than 4 roads.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Cities.
Correct. And of course. Now, these are roads that are in the city limits, which there's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. These are ours to maintain. So it is truly a benefit to have anybody help with any sort of amount of money. So we just have to be very strategic. The roads that we ask them to help on only need an overlay. If it needs to be reclaimed, we're going to have to do it ourselves.
Thank you for that. Dan and Robbie, question with the roads that we would target with them. Do we have a few roads in mind that we would look to have them do with this interlocal? Has that been decided yet?
So actually I haven't decided.
Oh, you sound great now, Robbie. This is what your voice sounds like. Now I know. Go ahead. Sorry, please.
Yeah, no, so me and Patrick haven't sat down and came up with the new roads yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We're working on it though.
Oh, I hear Patterson and Old Chocolate Bayou over here from the peanut gallery right here. All right. Council, any other comments and or questions regarding this agenda item?
I'll make a motion to accept the agreement.
Okay, we have a motion for the agreement from Councilman Bonner. We have a second from Councilman Rossi Knox. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Last agenda item for tonight, consideration and possible action on submitting a qualified applicant to the TML Board Region 14. Team, what do you have for us? Go ahead, Dan, if you want to introduce us.
Sure. So they were, the board was nice enough to reach out and said that there was a vacancy and wanted to know if we would be interested in putting somebody's name in the hat, so to speak. It's not a guarantee at this point, right? It still has to go through the voting and everything, but they asked if that's something that we would be interested in, and we said, yes, absolutely, we'd be interested in it. It'd be great to have a voice there. And then I followed up, I think I emailed y'all earlier today, I followed up with a question to the lady that originally reached out to us and just said, is this, more often than not, is this an elected position, or is this a staff person, or what are you looking for? What would be the most helpful to the board? And they said they're about a mix of about 50-50. And I did explain to her that, the idea of course, our personnel director, Chad Dumont, and also Councilman Bonner had mentioned being interested in it too. So really what we're looking for tonight, I guess, is who would council like to use for our applicant? I did get an email back from Keith, but I'll let, if you want to share that.
Councilman Bonner, please.
I emailed Dan today and told him that after I saw his email and I'd been thinking about this last week, that I thought the best fit for this position for the city of Manvel would be Chad. He had 10 million times more experience with the benefit package. We need somebody that can passionately fight for our employees and knows the ins and outs of this, which I would be on a learning curve. I sometimes think in boards like this that elected officials seem to go on these and don't do the justice that can be done by a professional person, and that I wanted to withdraw my request to be on this committee.
All right, Councilman, would you be willing to give us the honor of making a nomination?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve how do we want to word this? Submitting Chad as our qualified applicant.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second from Councilman Oplinger. All those with an enthusiastic yes?
Yes.
And any opposed? Nobody should be opposed? All right, we're good. Chad, congratulations. Best of luck. Oh, I'm sorry. Chad, are you accepting this nomination? Let's check. And so for that, I believe the next step would be filling out the proper form, getting it signed, getting it submitted, and then I know there is an interview process that you would have to most likely travel to as well.
Yes, sir. Okay. So, Mayor and Council, thank you very much for this. When I first read that there was an opening, I saw this as a great opportunity for the city to put someone that had the pulse of our employees to have a voice as far as with the trustees. So that's a pledge that I would make, is to make sure they're hearing and understanding what our employees are saying and what they're needing, and not just pushing things that, may not be necessary, or relaying exactly what the cost and what our employees are dealing with. So I think this is a very unique opportunity, and I look forward to the challenges that will come ahead.
Well, we're excited for you, Chad. We're in your corner rooting you on. You have the testimonials of the work that you've been doing here in the city, you and Bree, how you've lowered insurance costs, invested in the employees, given them very competitive total compensation packages, and we look forward to seeing the impact that you can make on this board. So best of luck. All right, council. We'll now go to mayor and council comments. Any council comments? We have one from Councilman Bonner.
So, talking to Dan, I understand earlier today that we have some news about the Public Works building contract.
Yes, sir. I'm happy to report after quite a while now, quite a bit of back and forth. I think we have finally arrived at the contract for Flintco to complete the Public Works facility. So we literally emailed that over to them for their signatures today. So.
Did they give any estimate on when they could get the trailer over there?
Well, there's still a trailer there, so they can just move right in. Yes, and mow the grass, exactly.
I just wonder if we were thinking, maybe it's still a guess, are we thinking a week, a month?
It should be very quick. So,
No, just to start.
And just, to this, as you recall, this was a very unique situation where they were inheriting, what has been constructed. And so it was just a very delicate back and forth between our consulting attorney and their folks too. So it wasn't ever a question of them wanting to do it. We just want to make sure that it's papered up correctly.
I appreciate all the work that went into this, because I know it wasn't just a simple deal. So I appreciate all the work.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other council comments?
I have a question. So how do we go about for the Brazoria County Appraisal District nominations? Like, do I just give you 2 names?
Who do you want to nominate?
So we can do it a couple different ways. You guys can do it strictly by names, and if that's all the council wants to make the action on it, you can do it by the application. We don't have an application for it. I can draft one up tomorrow, a little bit different than our regular board's application, and then you can send that to the applicants, and they can fill it out and submit it, and then all the names get compiled with the applications, and you as a council will vote on which 2 people out of the listing.
Okay, because I have 2 people that are interested in doing it, but I didn't know how to formally go about that.
Yeah, I can send you, we'll build an application, and then I'll send that to you.
Okay. And they just have to be a resident of Manvel, not to
Brazoria County.
Well, yeah. And then not related to any of us, not a city official or employee.
Not a school employee or not a county employee.
Okay. But they can be like a realtor or a broker or any of that.
And they did not mention any of those being against it.
So how are we going to decide who we nominate on there if we compile more than just 2 people? Let's say 10 people after tonight want to come on there. How are we going to decide as council?
We're going to cast lots.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
I would think if they were truly interested through this process, they should probably also know that we're going to vote on it next meeting, and maybe they would come speak to us.
Kind of like what the MEDC did. Well, the one person that showed up to speak.
Tammy, go ahead.
And, on this application, we can make it more of like a little essay style where they have to write something on what they stand for and why they feel like they'd want to be.
I think ChatGPT will be doing all the writing of essays from today forth. So we have to have
you
them.
can definitely tell the difference of a heartfelt writing and a ChatGPT writing.
I like to have conversations. Now, tell me what ChatGPT wrote for you, please.
So
in your own words.
we'll be able to have that. We'll kind of see who's there, and just like we've done with the other boards, have the conversation. Who do we think is the best?
I like that.
Yep. 3 quick items for me, council. 1, Manvel football team plays at home this week. It's Thursday at 6:30 against Barbers Hill. Thursday at 6:30. We just moved up 56 spots in the state ranking with our victory over Galveston Ball. So very happy about that. Our other sports teams are doing great. Dan, thank you for the calendars. We'll make sure to hang these up. I love the pictures drawn by kids. I also want to express appreciation to Chief. Chief was out of town on vacation, and he was technically out out of town today, but he came back and made it here tonight, straight from vacation. So Chief, you didn't have to do that, but we appreciate you being here and your commitment to the city. I ran into 2 police officers at Manvel Seafood, and I asked them, I said, how are you loving the new police station? They said, oh, it's great. We get lost in it still, but it's great. So very happy for you guys. Has everybody moved in? Everybody's mostly moved in?
Yes.
I just need my ID card to work. Yeah. My little,
We hadn't got that opened up yet, but should be coming this week.
Awesome. Well, we're excited for
Yeah,
you,
gym
Chief. We're
access.
excited.
We're still trying to get our door accesses working properly, so.
And I
as soon as we
believe-
get that done.
I've been chomping at the bit.
And I believe, Chief, that the trailers are going to be, trailers are going to be picked up in October?
That's the
Possibly?
plan.
Okay. Well, that's exciting. That's good. You're going to shed a tear when they,
We're gonna have a celebration, and we're gonna have another ribbon cutting, I guess, to bring the trucks in.
Is there a plan on the renovations yet for your old station? I thought we were going to do some.
I'm fixing to start that as soon as I can get the man over there.
all right. Council, with that, we have a motion to adjourn from Councilwoman Sarmiento. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilwoman Roby Robinson. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you, everyone.